The Hoarder. Once upon a time, in a certain village of Japan, there was a very mean old woman. Whenever she saw anyone having something, she would want that. She would say, "If you don't want this, would you let me have it?" Saying this, she would carry it off. One day, it so happened that a neighbor's cat caught a rat. It ate all of it and left the tail. People saw the tail lying and decided to throw it away. Then one of them jokingly said, "I'm sure that the old woman won't ask for this at least." Gossip about someone and the person appears, and so the old woman appeared. When she saw the rat's tail, she said, "If you don't need this, would you let me have it?" As soon as people heard this, they were shocked. One of them asked her, "What will you do with this?" She replied, "I will make a covering for my drill." Momotaro. Once, an old man and his wife lived in Okayama. They had no children. Every day, the old man went to cut wood and his wife went to the river to wash clothes. One day, while she was washing the clothes, a big peach came floating down the river. It looked yummy, so she decided to take it home for the supper. When the old man came back home, the wife cut the giant peach open. Out came a small boy. They were overjoyed and called him Momotaro, which means peach boy. Momotaro grew up to be big and strong. One day, he decided to go to the ogre's island and defeat the ogres. The old woman gave him some dumplings to eat on the journey. On the way, he met a monkey, a dog, and a peasant who joined him. In return, he gave a dumpling to each. They reached the ogre's island and defeated the ogre, who gave Momotaro all their treasure, and Momotaro returned home victorious. Isunbushi. Long ago, there lived an old couple who had no children. Every day, they prayed to God and begged for a child. Finally, the old woman gave birth to a child who was as small as the old man's thumb. They called him Isunbushi. They brought him up with love and care. One day, he said to the old man and the old woman that he wanted to go to the city. They gave Isunbushi a sword made of small needles, a chopstick paddle, and a bowl as his boat. He reached the city and found himself in front of a mansion. Before long, he became the guard of the princess. Once, he and the princess were attacked by an oni, and the devil swallowed Isunbushi. He stabbed the insides of the devil's stomach. Overcome with pain, the devil threw him out. Defeated, the devil fled away, leaving behind his magical hammer. The princess used the magical hammer to make him a full-grown, handsome warrior. They got married and lived happily ever after. Tongue-cut sparrow. Once upon a time in Japan, there lived a kind woodcutter and his greedy wife. One day, while he was collecting wood, he came across an injured sparrow. He took it home, fed it, and nursed it. The sparrow sang for him and made him happy. But his wife did not like animals and birds. So, she was angry with him because she thought that he was wasting his time with the sparrow. One day, when he was out in the forest, his wife was cooking in the kitchen. She left some flour in a bowl and went away. When she came back, she saw that the sparrow was eating flour from the bowl. Furious, she grabbed the sparrow, took out a pair of scissors from her pocket, and cut the sparrow's tongue. Quickly, the sparrow flew away. When the old man returned home, he searched for the bird. He went to the forest to search for the sparrow, and with the help of other sparrows, he found her in the sparrow's inn. The baskets. The sparrows treated the old man kindly. When he was about to leave, the sparrows offered him a gift. They gave him 2 baskets, one big and one small. They asked him to choose one. The old man chose the small basket. He thanked the sparrows and went home. Upon reaching home, he opened the basket. It was full of treasure. The greedy wife went to the sparrow's inn and asked for the bigger basket. The sparrows accepted her wish and gave her the basket. She opened the basket on her way. It contained snakes and poisonous bugs. Trying to escape the snakes, she tripped and tumbled down the cliff. The old man was awarded for his kindness and humility, and the old woman was punished for her greediness and ill behavior. Urashima Taro. Long ago, in a faraway village along the coast of the Sea of Japan, lived a young fisherman named Urashima Taro. He lived with his old mother. One morning, he went down to the shore for fishing. He saw 3 boys torturing a turtle with heavy sticks. Taro screamed at the children, "Hey, get away from it! Stop hurting the turtle!" Scared, the boys left the turtle and ran away. Taro released the turtle back into the sea. The next day, Taro went again to the shore. He saw the turtle's head poking out of the waves. The grateful turtle said, "I am the turtle you saved yesterday. I owe you my life. I want to thank you for saving a turtle's life and want you to come with me to see the Dragon Palace." Taro was shocked to know that there was a dragon palace deep into the sea. the Dragon Palace. Taro was excited but felt that he could not leave his mother alone at home. He said, "I cannot leave my mother alone." Hearing that, the turtle assured Taro, "We won't be long there. You will return here again." Taro was happy and accepted the invitation. Thereafter, he quickly climbed onto the turtle's back. Then, the turtle dived deep into the sea. They journeyed for a while and reached a castle that glittered with gold and silver. It was the Dragon Palace. The attendants welcomed him. A beautiful princess came out of the palace. She was accompanied by her ladies and a host of fish. She was Princess Otohime. She said to Taro, "Yesterday you saved a turtle's life. Please enjoy your stay here as long as you wish." The gift. The princess took Urashima Taro into the palace. A huge banquet was laid for him to eat, drink, and enjoy. He dined and drank. The fish entertained him. Taro was captivated and forgot the life he had before arriving at the palace. Years passed away. Finally, he came out of his spell and suddenly remembered his old mother. He decided to return home. As a goodbye gift, the princess gave him a tamate bako and said, "This precious box will help you whenever you will be in trouble. Open it up when you are in trouble." He took the box, bade farewell to the princess, and climbed onto the turtle's back and returned to the beach. He was puzzled when he arrived back to his village. Rivers and mountains had changed and trees had withered. No one recognized him. He ran towards his home to find his mother. Taro's mother was nowhere to be seen. Taro's transformation. An old farmer approached him and asked, "Who are you?" Taro replied, "I am Urashima Taro. This is my house. I am looking for my mother." The old farmer said, "I have heard my grandfather saying that when he was young, a fisherman by this name used to live here with his mother. But that was 100 years ago. It was believed that he journeyed to the Dragon Palace and never came back. You cannot be Taro." Taro felt lost and did not know what to do. He carried the box and went back to the sea. He remembered the words of the princess and opened the box. There was a crane's feather inside it. Suddenly, white smoke came out and he became a hunched old man with a long white beard. Taro was flabbergasted. At that moment, the crane's feather blew onto his back. In a flash, he was transformed into a crane and flew away. The man who did not wish to die. Long ago, there lived a man named Santaro. He lived on a small fortune inherited from his father. Suddenly one day, the thought of death and sickness overpowered him. The thought of falling ill or dying made him sad. I want to live for 500 years, he said to himself. Santaro had heard numerous stories of the emperors in history who had lived for thousands of years. Many a time he had heard the tale of the Chinese king named Shinno Shiko. He also never wished to die. The Chinese king had sent his servant Jofuku to Horizon. There, hermits lived who possessed the secret of the elixir of life. The one who drank the elixir of life lived forever. But unfortunately, Jofuku never returned to the Chinese king. Now, Sentaro was determined to find the hermits and get the water of eternal life. As a child, he had heard that hermits lived on Mount Fuji. So he started out on his quest. Sentaro meets Jofuku. Sentaro reached Mount Fuji but could not find Horizon. So he decided to go to the shrine of Jofuku, who was worshipped as the patron god of the hermits. He prayed for 7 days. On the 7th day, when Sentaro was kneeling in the temple, the door of the innermost shrine flew open, and Jofuku appeared in a gleaming cloud. Jofuku told him that Sentaro had lived a life of comfort and would not be able to live a life of hermits. The life of hermits would be too difficult for him. However, he would send Sentaro to the country of perpetual life, where people lived forever. Saying this, Jofuku gave Sentaro a small crane made of paper. He asked Sentaro to sit on its back, and it would carry him to the country of perpetual life. Quickly, the crane grew large enough for him to ride on it. The crane spread its wings, rose high in the air, and flew away. The land of perpetual life. After a few days, they reached an island. Sentaro jumped down from the bird's back. The crane reduced itself in size, folded up of its own accord, and flew into his pocket. Sentaro looked around in amazement. All the people around were affluent, so he decided to stay there only. But after some days, he realized that everything was topsy-turvy. Sentaro wished to live forever, but the people of the island were tired of living and wanted to die, so that they might go to paradise. They even ate poison to die, but nothing seemed to work. But Sentaro said to himself, "I will never grow tired of living. I want to live for thousands of years and enjoy life." He started his business and stayed for 300 years. At last, he was tired of living on the island. He longed to go to his own country and his home. Sentaro's dream. Sentaro prayed to Jofuku to send him back to his own land again. As soon as he prayed, the paper crane popped out of his pocket. Sentaro was shocked to see that it had remained intact for so many years. The crane grew in size and Sentaro jumped on its back. It flew in the direction of Japan. Suddenly, a storm came, and the magnificent paper crane got wet, crumpled up, and fell into the sea. Afraid, he prayed to Jofuku to save him. Sentaro woke up in front of the shrine only to find that it was all a dream. An angel appeared and told him that now he had seen the land of perpetual life, and he didn't want that. He also didn't want to die. The angel told him to go home and live a good life. Sentaro did that and he prospered. The bamboo cutter. Long ago, there lived an old bamboo cutter named Taketori no Okina. One day, while walking through the forest, he saw a glittering stalk of bamboo. He went and picked it up. Wanting to know what made it shine, he cut it open. Inside was a beautiful and tiny little girl, about 7 centimeters tall. In wonder, the man took her home to show it to his wife. They named her Kaguya Hime. From now on, whenever the old man cut a stalk of bamboo, he found gold and gems in it. Soon he became a rich man, and Kaguya Hime grew into a beautiful girl of normal size. The word of her beauty spread, and suitors from all over came to marry her. But she refused to take any husband. The emperor came to know about Kaguya Hime and requested her to appear in the court. She refused. Then the emperor visited her, and upon seeing her, he fell madly in love with her. Princess Moonlight. The emperor wanted to marry her and take her to the palace. But Kaguya Hime always refused him. She was sad and shy and never left the house. One day, she told the bamboo cutter that she had come from the moon. She was Princess Moonlight and finally would have to return home. Suddenly, the sky grew darker, and the carriage manned by luminous beings descended to the earth. It was time for her to go back. Kaguya Hime gave a letter and a small bottle of elixir of life to the bamboo cutter for the emperor. The emperor was filled with sorrow on reading the letter. He wrote a letter to Kaguya Hime and ordered his men to climb to the top of the great mountain in the Suruga province and burn both the letter and the elixir of life. Thereafter, the great mountain came to be known as Immortality, which is translated as Fuji. Even today, it is believed that whenever there is smoke upon Mount Fuji, it is the letter and elixir. The Bowl Bearer Princess. A very long time ago, a rich man named Toyonari Fujiwara lived in Nara, the ancient capital of Japan. His wife was a kind and beautiful woman named Murasaki. When they were young, they were married according to the Japanese customs. Since then, they had happily lived together. Their only cause of sorrow was that for years they had been childless. Their prayers to Hase Kannon were finally answered by the birth of a girl. She grew up to be a beautiful girl. At the time of her mother's death, she was 13 years old. According to the prophecy of Hase Kannon, a large bowl of treasure was placed on her head. Something strange happened, and the bowl did not come off. After her mother's death, her stepmother forced her to leave the house. The bowl breaks. Upset, Hachikazuki decided to end her life. She jumped into the river, but the bowl on her head saved her from drowning. A lord rescued her and appointed her to work as his maid. The fourth son of the lord proposed her for marriage. The lord's wife was against the marriage. To break the marriage, the lord's wife ordered Hachikazuki to compete with her other daughters-in-law. She thought that Hachikazuki would be embarrassed and would herself break off the marriage. That night, the bowl ultimately fell off from her head. The treasure scattered on the floor. She collected the treasure. The next day, she performed brilliantly, displaying both beauty and talent. Hachikazuki and the lord's fourth son got married and were soon blessed with children. One day, Hachikazuki went to pray to Hase Kannon. There, she met her father and was happily reunited with him. The Mirror of Matsuyama. Long ago, a couple lived in the remote part of Japan with their only daughter. She was beautiful and they loved her tenderly. One day, the father had to go to Kyoto for business. Before leaving, the father told his daughter that if she behaved properly and listened to her mother, he would get a gift for her. He then departed for his journey. The mother and the daughter watched as he went away. The father returned after a month. His wife and daughter welcomed him. He took off his hat and sandals and sat on the floor. Then he opened his bamboo basket. The daughter eagerly watched him. He took out a wonderful doll and a lacquer box of cakes from the basket. He gave them to his daughter. Now, he took out from his basket the magnificent metal mirror. The man gave the mirror to his wife. A mother's gift. The wife was amazed to see such a mirror. Its convex surface shone brightly, while upon its back there was a design of pine trees and storks. He said, "Look and tell me what you see inside." When she gazed into the mirror, she was filled with wonder. she saw looking at her a smiling face of another woman. The man explained the mysterious treasure, and she carefully kept it among her treasure. After a few years, the loving mother felt sick. Just before she died, she had called her daughter and said, "Dear child, I am very sick and will soon die. After my death, take care of your father. Take this mirror which your father gave me long ago, and when you feel lonely, look into it, and you will always see me smiling at you." She passed away, and in due time, the man married again. The stepmother. The stepmother was not kind to her stepdaughter. But the little one, remembering her mother's words, would sit in a corner and eagerly look into the mirror. One day, the stepmother saw the girl stooping in the corner of the room. She was staring at an object and talking to herself. The stepmother rushed to her husband and told him that the girl was trying to kill her through witchcraft. The father was furious to hear this and quickly went to his daughter's room. The girl was surprised and quickly hid the mirror under her sleeve. The father got angry at this suspicious behavior and started to believe what his wife had said. "What have you hidden in your sleeve?" asked her father. She replied, "The mirror you gave my mother, and which she on her deathbed gave to me. Every day, I look into the mirror to see my mother and speak to her. It gives me peace and helps me to bear hard words." A new beginning. All misunderstandings were cleared. The father understood and loved his daughter even more. The stepmother overheard their conversation and felt ashamed. She apologized for her behavior and asked for forgiveness. The girl, who believed she had seen her mother's face in the mirror, willingly forgave her stepmother and never bore any malice towards her. They all lived happily together. The idea that a mirror can steal one's soul is a common belief in many cultures. In Japan, there is a strong tradition of respecting and honoring one's parents. This story is an example of what it is to be a good daughter. She endured the ill treatment of her stepmother without wishing ill. The daughter still cherished the memory of her real mother. Both the father and the stepmother were touched by the daughter's love for her mother. The Goblin of Adachi-Gahara. Once upon a time in Japan, there was an awful goblin. He roamed about in the woods of a province known as Adachi-Gahara. People were afraid of the goblin as he killed everyone who came in its way. The goblin also had the ability to transform itself. It often took the garb of an old woman and lured strangers into its cave. Some people believed that the goblin laid an underground trap, while there were others who said that he was an ogre because people kept disappearing without any trace. Some learned and educated people did not believe in such stories. One day, a young Buddhist priest was walking across the plains of Adachigahara. He had heard the stories of the goblin but did not believe them. The priest walked for hours. It was getting dark and he did not find any place to spend the night. The old women. The priest believed in the Buddha's protection and so started praying. As soon as he finished his prayer, he saw a small light glowing in the distance. The light was coming from a tiny, decaying cottage. He went closer. The window of the house was broken. He looked through the window and saw an old woman sitting at her spinning wheel. He felt happy and rushed towards the door. The priest greeted the woman and said that he was a tired traveler and new in this land. He asked for permission to spend the night in the cottage. The old woman opened the door and said, "Come in and warm yourself." The priest sat comfortably beside the fire while the old woman cooked supper. She served him a bowl of rice. While they ate, they talked about the trivia of life. The warning. It was getting late and the fire began to die down. The priest said that he would go and fetch some wood. The women immediately got up and said, No, you are my guest. I will go out and get the wood. You stay here." So she set out at night. The cold wind was blowing. She had gone only a few steps ahead that she returned and said, "Young man, please do not go at the back of the house when I am not here." Before the priest could ask her the reason, she had left. For a few seconds, a strange sensation in his stomach and a feeling of uneasiness crept up his spine. What could be at the back of the house? He thought aloud. He hazily remembered the stories about a goblin who haunted these very woods. Foolish people, he said to comfort himself so that he may not get scared. But he decided to go and at least have one look at the back of the house. The goblin appears. The priest quietly went at the back of the house. He saw a door. Slowly, he opened the door. He almost fainted at what he saw. The room was filled with human bones. Gathering all the courage, he rushed out of the front door. So the priest thought that it was true that the goblin of Adachigahara did exist. While he was running, someone called him from behind. "Stop! Please stop!" But the young priest did not stop. He turned around and saw that the woman had become a frightful creature. It was chasing him with a knife in its hand. The priest kept running. After a while, when he felt his strength failing, dawn broke on the horizon. The sun came out and the goblin disappeared. Now the priest knew that he had met the goblin of Adachigahara. He prayed and thanked the Buddha for protection. From that day on, he told everyone that he had met the goblin. The Hunter and the Fisherman. Long ago in Japan, there lived two brothers. Huri was generous and a happy hunter. He hunted to feed the family. Hoderi was greedy. He spent his days fishing only for himself. There was always a silent competition between them. One day, their deity parents gave a magical hook to Hoderi and a magical bow to Huri. Hoderi was very proud and thought that he could also hunt like Huri. So he asked Huri to swap their gifts for a day. Huri did as his brother said. Huri headed to the sea to catch fish and Hoderi went to hunt. Hoderi couldn't hunt with Huri's bow. Huri also fished for many hours but had no luck. Moreover, he also lost Hoderi's hook in the sea. He tried to find it, but he failed. Hoderi was angry. "You must find my fishing hook, and you may not come back home until you have." The lost hook. Disappointed, Huri walked back to the edge of the sea. He jumped into the water. Down and down he went. At last, he reached the bottom. He saw the beautiful maiden Toyotama Hime, the princess of the sea. They fell in love with each other and got married. The king of the sea ordered all the fish to look for the hook, which they found easily. The king of the sea also gave him a magical shell to control the sea. Huri rowed up to the shore to return the hook to his brother. Hoderi was sitting at the horizon waiting for him. He was furious because he had hoped that Huri would never come back. Hoderi tried to kill him. Huri took out his shell and whispered, "Bring up the sea." The waves engulfed Hoderi and he started getting drowned in the middle of the sea. Hoderi asked for forgiveness and promised never to be too competitive. Huri ordered the waves to take Hoderi to the shore. The Old Man and the Dog. Once there lived an honest man with his wife. They loved their pet dog and raised him with affection. One day, when the old man was working in the garden, the dog began barking. The old man began digging there. They found a box full of gold pieces. The stingy neighbor heard the story and borrowed the dog. He took the dog in his garden. The dog stopped at a place and started sniffing. The neighbor started digging. He found nothing but the dirt and garbage. Furious, he seized the dog and killed it. He told the couple that the dog had just dropped dead. They cried and buried it under the pine tree where they had found the treasure. That night, when the honest man was fast asleep, the dog appeared in his dream and thanked him. The dog told him to cut down the pine tree and make a mortar from it. The old man made withered trees blossom. The old man did as the dog had said. When he ground his rice in it, each grain of rice turned into gold. The stingy neighbor borrowed the mortar, but when he used it, the rice turned to foul-smelling berries. Angrily, he broke the mortar and burnt it. One night, the dog again appeared in the old man's dream and told him to take the ashes of the burnt mortar and sprinkle them on the withered trees. When he did, the cherry trees bloomed. The neighbor also tried to do the same, but the ashes blew into the eyes of the landlord, which ultimately led him to prison. When he came out of the prison, the people of the village did not let him live there. His wickedness made it difficult for him to find a new home. The honest old man, on the other hand, became rich with the treasure of gold. He led a long and happy life and was respected by all. The Sagacious Monkey and the Boar. Once upon a time, in Shinshin in Japan, there lived a monkey man who used to travel to different places and showed monkey tricks. This was his only source of income. One evening, when the man returned home, he was in a very bad mood. He told his wife to send for the butcher the next morning. The wife was confused and asked the man, "Why do you wish me to send for the butcher?" He replied, "This monkey has become useless. He has become old. He forgets his tricks. Even if I beat him with the stick, he does not move. So I will sell him to the butcher and earn whatever money I can." The wife felt bad for the monkey. Now, the monkey was standing outside the room and overheard the entire conversation. The monkey thought that his master was cruel. He thought, "I have served him faithfully for years, and now he is selling me off to the butcher to be sliced?" The boar's plan. The monkey thought, "What should I do?" An idea struck him. He knew a wild boar who lived in the woods nearby. He had also heard about the boar's wisdom. "I will go to him and tell him the problem I am in. He will give me the right advice, he said to himself. The monkey slipped out of the house and rushed towards the woods to find the boar. The boar was at his home, and the monkey started his story. Mr. Boar, I have heard about your knowledge. I am in great trouble. The monkey told him his story. What do you advise me to do? The boar thought and then said, Does your master have a baby? Oh yes, said the monkey. He has one infant son. Doesn't it lie by the door when your mistress begins the work of the day? Then I will come, and seizing the opportunity, I will grab the child and run off with it. The boar and the child. The monkey asked, What will happen then? Before anyone comes, run after me and rescue the child. Then safely take him home to his parents. Now they will not be able to sell you to the butcher, as you have saved their child. The monkey thanked the boar and returned home. The next morning, everything happened as planned. The mother placed her child near the patio and started with her household chores. Suddenly she heard the child screaming. She ran and saw the boar hurrying through the gate carrying the child. She raced in and called out to her husband, who was still sleeping soundly. He got up and asked her why she was making such a noise. When the man understood what had happened, they both went out. But the boar had already ran away with the child. The faithful monkey. The man and his wife saw the monkey running after the hooligan. The monkey ran as fast as his legs could carry him. The couple admired the fearless and sagacious monkey. Their appreciation knew no bounds when the faithful monkey brought the child safely back to their arms. The wife said, This is the animal you wanted to kill. If the monkey hadn't been here, we would have lost our child forever. You are right, said the man as he carried the child into the house. Send the butcher back when he comes. And now give all of us a good breakfast and the monkey too. When the butcher arrived, he was sent away. The monkey was pampered and lived the rest of his days in peace. The man never beat him again with the stick. The Fox's Wedding. Long ago, there lived a young white fox named Fukuyemon. After reaching a certain age, he decided to marry. He got rid of his forelock and started searching for a beautiful bride. One day, his aunt came to meet him. She told him about a beautiful young lady fox who was famous all over for her beauty and charms. She also had a lovely fur that made her attractive. As soon as the young white fox heard about her, he was keen on making her his wife. Soon, A meeting was arranged between them. They both liked each other and decided to marry. The young white fox sent the wedding gifts to the bride's house. The bride's parents gladly accepted the gifts. The date of the wedding was fixed. After the initial ceremonies, the lavish wedding was conducted. The bride and bridegroom lived lovingly together. The little foxes. Soon, a litter of little foxes were born to them. The grandfather was filled with joy. He treated the little foxes so lovingly and gently, as if they were tender like flowers. "They are so much their great-grandfather," said the white fox, "as like as possible." Also, the little foxes were so healthy that they would never need a doctor. When the little foxes grew up, they were carried off to the temple of Inari Sama, the patron saint of foxes. The old grandparents prayed for their well-being and to keep them away from dogs and other ills which loved to eat the flesh of a fox. As time passed by, the white fox grew old and prosperous. His children kept increasing year by year. He was so happy in his business and family that every spring gave him a new reason for joy. The jellyfish and the monkey. Once upon a time, the queen of the dragon palace was about to have a baby. She had a weird craving. She wanted to eat a monkey's liver. The dragon king wanted to fulfill her wish. He called the turtle and asked him to get the liver of a monkey. He at once went out and reached one of the islands of Japan. He saw a monkey playing near the seashore. The turtle asked him, "Dear monkey, would you like to come as a guest to the dragon palace to see the mountains?" The monkey agreed and went along with the turtle to see the dragon palace. The turtle went inside the palace and asked the monkey to wait at the entrance gate. The gatekeeper, the jellyfish, looked at the monkey and started laughing. The jellyfish approached the monkey and said, "Dear monkey, do you know that the queen wants to eat a monkey's liver? That is why you have been brought here." Why the jellyfish has no bones. After a few minutes, the turtle came out. The monkey said that he had forgotten his liver hanging on a tree. He hung it to dry in the sun. If it rained, it would get wet. So he wanted to go back to the tree to get his liver. The turtle carried him back to the seashore. When they reached the land, the monkey quickly jumped off and climbed the top of the highest tree. The monkey mocked the turtle and said, "Inside the sea, there can be no mountains. Outside the body, there can be no liver. Disappointed, the turtle returned to the sea. He went to the Dragon King and said, "The loose-tongued jellyfish must have told the monkey everything while the monkey waited at the gate." The king was furious and said, "Remove all his scales off. Take out all the bones." That is why the jellyfish has no bones and has this shape which it has now. Why the monkey's tail is short. Long ago, the tail of the monkey used to be 33 fathoms long. One day, the monkey went to the bear's house and asked him the best way to catch numerous river fish in one go. The bear advised, "On a cold night, go to the river. Look for the deepest place in the river and then sit on a rock over it. Let your tail down into the river. Many little fish will come and tie up to your tail." The monkey willingly did as told. As night deepened, his tail grew heavier. The monkey thought that the fish were attaching up to his tail. But in fact, the ice was spreading over the river. "This is enough to catch. I want to go home because it is too cold." He tried to pull up his tail, but he could not. "This is dreadful," he cried. Finally, he pulled it hard and his tail broke off. The obedient pigeon. Once upon a time, there was a wicked pigeon. He was disobedient and never listened to his mother. Whatever she said, he did the opposite. If she asked him to go to the mountains, he would go to the field. When his mother was on her deathbed, she thought, "I want to be buried on a quiet mountainside. But if I say so, my son would do the opposite." So she asked him to bury her in the sandbar of the river after her death. When she died, for the first time, the pigeon realized that he should have listened to his mother. So, now, he did what she had said. He buried her in the sandbar along the river. Soon, the rain started and the river began to rise up. The pigeon was worried that the grave would be washed away. So, whenever the weather is rainy, the pigeon recalls this and cries, "Tofo Poppu, poor dear mother." Bag of rice. Long ago, Fujiwara Hidesato went out in search of adventure and came across a bridge. He saw a huge serpent coiled around it. He walked ahead and stamped on its head. The serpent vanished, and in its place stood a beautiful woman. She said, "I have been waiting for years to find a man brave enough to help me." She requested him to destroy her enemy Omukade, a giant poisonous centipede, which had killed her sons. Hidesato promised to help her. Armed with a bow and arrows, he awaited the centipede. Soon, he saw the centipede approaching. Each of his legs glowed with shades of gold and green. His eyes looked like enormous lights. Hidesato sent 3 arrows in that direction, and the centipede died. Filled with gratitude, the dragon woman took Hidesato to the dragon palace and rewarded him with a piece of silk, a sword, an armor, a temple bell, and a bag of rice. She said that the bag of rice would never be empty as long as he lived. Kintaro at Ashigara Mountain. A beautiful princess, Yaegiri, and a samurai Sakata had a son named Kintaro, or the Golden Boy. To protect his son from the fight going on between Kintaro's dad and uncle, Yaegiri decided to take Kintaro to Mount Ashigara. Kintaro was very strong from the day he was born. One day, he went out with his friends to play in the mountains. Walking along, they came to a bank of river flowing through a valley. All his friends wondered how they would cross as there was no bridge. Kintaro said, "I will make a bridge for you." He pushed a large tree and it fell over and spanned the river. Suddenly, someone called out from behind and said, "What unbelievable strength!" When he turned around, he saw a great samurai, Yorimitsu Minamoto, and his followers. He suggested Kintaro to become his follower. Kintaro was happy and accepted Yorimitsu's offer to become a follower of the most famous samurai in Kyoto. Kintaro went to Kyoto and was trained in martial arts. He became a powerful warrior. The Ogre of Rashomon. Long ago, it was believed that there lived a brutal ogre in the city of Kyoto. The people of the city said that the ogre haunted the gate of Rashomon at twilight, and he killed everyone who passed through the gate. So no one used that gate. During this time, there lived a general named Raiko in Kyoto. He was famous for his brave deeds. Some time ago, Raiko had attacked Oyama, where a band of ogres lived with their chief. He had killed them, and the whole city praised and honored him. Now, this brave warrior was always followed by a band of faithful knights. The band had 5 knights with great courage. One night, all the knights were having a feast. They all had their rice bowls and were eating all kinds of fish, raw and stewed and broiled and toasting one another's health and courage. The Brave Knight. The first night, Hojo told the others about Ogre at the gate of Rashomon and that he would kill anyone who passed by. One of the knights, Watanabe, did not believe it and said, "There can be no ogre at the gates of Rashomon. We have killed all the ogres." When the other knights accused him of being afraid to believe, he agreed to go there and investigate. To show how brave he was, he asked all the other knights to write their names on a sheet of paper. He would stick that paper on the gate. "Tomorrow, go there and see if the paper is stuck on the gate or not." Watanabe set off towards the gate. It was dark and rainy. When he reached the gate, he stuck the paper on it and turned back to return home. Someone pulled off his helmet and he realized he was not alone. He stretched his hand and touched something of the size of a tree trunk. It had a hairy arm. He knew this must be the ogre. Watanabe slashed at the arm and quickly regretted it as the ogre came into sight. The ogre's arm. The ogre stood before Watanabe, as tall as the gate. His eyes were shiny, and from his mouth, fire shot forth. Watanabe held firm and attacked the ogre. For hours, they fought with all their strength. The ogre realized that the knight was dangerous and he could not frighten him. Though the ogre was wounded, he ran into the forest. Watanabe chased him, but he could not find the ogre. At dawn, he returned to the gate and saw the ogre's arm he had cut off. Watanabe carried the ogre's arm home to show his friends. They were all proud and the story quickly spread. The people of Kyoto were overjoyed. They felt safe and honored Watanabe as their hero. The accomplishment was tempered with the news that there was an angry one-armed ogre out there somewhere who wanted that arm back. Watanabe sealed the arm in an iron box and kept it in his room, always under his eye. The ogre returns. After a year, one night, an old lady knocked at Watanabe's door. She claimed to be his nurse when he was a baby. The servant let her in. The lady smiled at Watanabe. "Is it true you cut off the ogre's arm?" she asked. "Can I see such a treasure?" Watanabe refused to show the ogre's arm. But the lady begged and wept. Overcome with pity, he took out the box and opened it for her. She leaned, plunged her hand inside the box, and grabbed the arm. "I have got my arm back," she cried, and was transformed into an ogre. Watanabe attacked the ogre and they fought for hours. But soon, the ogre burst through the roof and vanished into the clouds. Watanabe was happy and knew that ogre would never return to Kyoto. The ogre was afraid of Watanabe's courage. The ogre never returned, and the people of Kyoto thanked the brave knight. Kosai Osho and the Sea Turtles. Once upon a time in Bingo province, there was a great temple called Mitani Dera. When the temple was built, there was no gold for adorning the image of the Buddha. The people of the province went to meet a priest called Kosai Osho. They asked the priest to take the different kinds of produce by boat to Kyoto and sell them for gold. After completing his tasks, Kosai went to the port of Osaka. He was about to board the boat for home. Suddenly, he saw some fishermen who were about to kill the 4 big turtles they had caught. His heart was moved. He paid to the fishermen and bought the turtles. Then he let them loose in the sea. He set sail soon after that. But while returning, a pirate ship appeared. The pirates held 2 of his attendants and they threw them into the sea. Kosai Osho and the pirates. Now, the pirates turned towards Kosai and said, "You go into the sea too. If you won't go by yourself, we will throw you like your attendants." With no other option, Kosai climbed overboard to jump. The pirates rowed off with the boat loaded with gold. As he jumped into the sea, Kosai landed upon something like a rock. He stood on it the whole night. In the morning, he looked closely, and what he thought was a rock was actually a huge turtle shell. On returning to his own village, he told this strange story. Everybody praised him for his kindness towards the turtles, who had repaid his kindness. A big temple was now built. Some men came there to sell gold. Kosai went out to see. Among them were 6 of those pirates. They recognized Kosai. But Kosai only told them the price of the trade and gave it to them. The wicked pirates took the money and silently went away. The Magic Kettle. Once, a poor man was walking through the woods. He found a tanuki caught in a trap. Overcome with pity, he set him free. That night, the tanuki visited the poor man. The tanuki said, "Thank you for your kindness. As a token of my gratitude, I will tell you something very important. The priest at the Morinji temple is looking for a tea kettle. I will disguise myself as a tea kettle and then you sell it to him." The Tanuki transformed himself into a wonderful gold tea kettle. The man was surprised. He took the kettle to the priest, who was glad to see it. He paid a high amount for it. The priest took the tea kettle to the temple and ordered a new priest to wash it. The new priest went to the river and started washing it. Suddenly, the tea kettle cried, "You're hurting my bottom." The new priest was shocked and told the priest. But the priest did not believe him. The Tanuki. The priest then boiled some water. He filled the tea kettle and placed it on the fire. The Tanuki screamed, "It's hot!" Unable to bear the flames, the Tanuki transformed back into his true form and rushed back to the poor man. The Tanuki gave an idea to the poor man. "Let's go into the town. I will remain in this tea kettle form and perform a tightrope walk." The next day, they went to the town for a show. "Come and see the amazing tea kettle tightrope walking show," he loudly announced. Inside, the Tanuki tea kettle lightly walked across the rope and sang. Quickly, the word spread that there was a magic tea kettle that performed stunts. It became famous and the spectators kept increasing. The poor man became rich. Eventually, the Tanuki remained in the form of the tea kettle and lost its ability to move. It was returned to the priest at the temple and kept as a valuable temple treasure. The Old Man with the Lump. Once upon a time, there lived an old man who had a lump on the left side of his face. He felt the lump irritating and did everything to remove it, but could not. So, he kept himself away from people. With time, the lump got bigger. He lost all hope and knew that he had to live with the lump throughout his life. One day, he went to the forest to cut wood. It started raining and the strong wind blew. The old man was afraid and hid inside the hollow of an old tree. He waited for the rain to stop. Then he heard some voices in the distance. Soon, the voices started coming closer and closer. He looked out of the hollow and saw some ogres setting a great fire. Thereupon, they started drinking, singing, and dancing. Watching them having so much fun, the old man no longer felt scared. The old man lost his lump. The old man found it so engaging that he dashed out of the hollow and began dancing. The ogres were surprised to see the old man. They laughed and were impressed by the way the old man danced. The ogres praised him, and their leader told the old man to come every night and dance with them. The old man promised to come every night. But some of the ogres were not convinced. We must take something from him of value so that he may keep his promise. Then they told the leader to take off his lump as it was considered good luck and he would miss it very much. The leader was convinced. He grabbed the old man's lump and wriggled it off without any pain. Now, all the ogres ran away before the sunrise. The old man was overjoyed to feel his face to be smooth and without a lump. He forgot about cutting wood and hurried home. The old man and the neighbor. When the old man returned home, his wife was happy to see him without the lump. The old man told her everything about the previous night. Another old man, who lived next door, had a lump on his right cheek. He had also tried to remove his lump, but could never get rid of it. When he listened to the story of the first old man, he decided to do the same. He asked the first old man how he had done it. The good old man told his neighbor how he got his lump taken off. He told him how he heard voices in the distance when he was hiding, the appearance of the ogre, and dancing. So the next day, the old neighbor found the same hollow tree and hid inside and waited for the ogres to come. Soon, the ogres came and started dancing. Their leader waited for the old man. The neighbor with 2 lumps. Hearing the leader talk of the old man, the second old man came out from the hollow and appeared before him. The leader thought that he was the same old man from the previous night. He asked the second old man to dance for them. The old neighbor did not know how to dance. He did whatever he could to impress the ogres. But the ogres were unhappy and scoffed at the neighbor. Angry and disappointed, the leader gave back the lump he took as a promise. He threw it onto the second neighbor's left cheek. The lump stuck on his face. He tried to pull it off but could not. The ogres went away and the selfish old man returned home, now with 2 lumps. The willow tree. Once in a certain village of Japan, a beautiful willow tree stood near the center. People loved the tree and admired it for its beauty and strength. A young farmer named Haitaro lived with his family near this tree. Every morning when he woke up, he saw the tree from his bedroom window. One day, an old man of the village came to Haitaro and told him that the villagers wanted to build a bridge over the river. They wanted to cut down the willow tree for timber. For timber? Said Haitaro sadly. My dear willow tree, for a bridge? Never, never. Haitaro was in a shock. When he recovered himself, he offered to give some of his own trees if the old man and the villagers would accept them for timber and spare the willow tree. The old man accepted this offer. The willow tree was saved. Haitaro and the stranger. Haitaro thanked the villagers. Now he began visiting the willow tree every morning and every night to pray. One night, he stood below the branches of the willow tree and thanked gods that the tree was spared. While praying, he saw something moving. He went closer and saw a beautiful woman standing there. He walked up to her and bowed. He asked her if she was waiting for someone. He will not come, she said, smiling sweetly at him, and then she disappeared. The next night, he saw that woman again. This time, she came forward and greeted him. The next night, they met again. Night after night, they met under the old willow tree. The young woman told Haitaro that her name was Kaori. But when he began asking her more questions, she stopped him. Ask me nothing more about my family, she said. Haitaro thought that she was shy and asked her nothing more. The marriage. The next night they met again. Soon they fell in love with each other. One night, Haitaro asked her, "Will you marry me?" "I will, but you will not ask me any questions." "I have no family," said Kaori. Haitaro and Kaori were married, and the following year they were blessed with a child. They were the happiest people in Japan. The years passed by. One day, great news came to the village. The ex-emperor, Toba, wished to build a temple in the honor of Kwannon, the goddess of mercy. He needed timber from every village. The villagers said that they must contribute by presenting their great willow tree. Haitaro was in a great shock when he heard this. Haitaro argued a lot to give other trees instead of the willow tree, but the elders of the village did not agree with him. The Willow Wife. One night, when Haitaro, his wife, and their child were sleeping, Haitaro was suddenly awakened by the sound of axes chopping. To his surprise, he found his wife sitting up, looking seriously at him. The tears rolled down her cheeks. She whispered into Haitaro's ear, "My hair is falling from my body." What do you mean? Haitaro asked. The next moment, she fell to the ground. She was trembling and he could do nothing to help her. Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside. In that instant, his wife disappeared. "Where are you, Kaori?" he cried. What was left was only a branch of golden willow leaves. She was the soul of the willow tree. Haitaro and his daughter mourned deeply. Willow wife had gone. The water spider. One summer evening, a man living in Oshu went fishing in a pond at Handayama. He caught many fish and his basket was full up to the brim. To cool himself, the man soaked his bare feet in the pond. Suddenly, a water spider came out of the pond and fastened his thread onto the man's big toe. The spider went into the pond and came out again. He now fastened another thread on the same place. The man found it quite strange. He carefully unfastened the thread from his toe and tied it around the willow stump beside him. Suddenly, someone screamed from the bottom of the pond, "Jera and Sero, and the rest of you, come here." The man was amazed. All the fish from his basket leapt out and went back in the pond. And right before his eyes, the spider's thread was pulled and the thick stump broke off. From then on, no one went fishing in that pond. The Yaroka Flood. Once upon a time, in the village of Ibori in Owari, there was a heavy downpour. As a result, the Kiso River rose higher and higher. The villagers were scared that the barriers might break. So they set up a watch by the flood. One night, a voice called out from the depths of Mino no Ikiyama on the opposite bank. It said, "Yaroka, Yaroka." The villagers could not understand it and found it really strange. They did not know what to do and just stared at each other. The voice kept on calling, "Yaroka, Yaroka." Finally, one of the villagers instinctively shouted, "If you are going to let go, let go." The moment he said this, a great wall of water came rushing through. The fields everywhere were covered by the flood. The villagers were shocked and did not know what to do. Even at present, that flood is spoken of as the Yaroka flood. Goshinro Pond. Once upon a time, in the village of Yawata in Higo province, there was an old pond near the stream. it was decided that the pond needed to be drained and the fish taken out. Finally, the day arrived, and at early morning, all the villagers gathered and started dipping the water out. They kept working throughout the day, but still could not empty the pond. The sun began to set. The villagers thought that they had almost reached the bottom. All of a sudden, a man, such as they had never seen before, rose up out of the pond. The villagers were frightened. "You've all been to great trouble," said the man, and he disappeared. The water then rose back up to the brim of the pond. From then on, the pond had been called Gushinro, and nobody tried to catch fish in it. The Yamachichi. Once upon a time, there lived a cooper in a certain village of Japan. One morning, when he went out to work, he saw that it had snowed. Suddenly, a frightful monster with only one eye and one leg appeared in front of him. Looking at him, the cooper thought, "This must be Yamachichi, which I have heard about in stories." The monster at once said, "You are thinking I must be Yamachichi, aren't you?" The cooper thought, "How terrible! He observes right away what I think." Then the monster said, "Say, Cooper, you think it is terrible because I observe right away what you think, don't you?" Whatever the cooper thought was observed until he was confused. But the cooper kept working. Suddenly, his frozen hands slipped. The bamboo hoop that was lying in front of him sprang out and slapped Yamachichi in the face. Yamachichi was surprised. "These human beings are dangerous," he thought, and went back to the mountain. Saburo and Otsuyu. Long ago, there lived a young man named Saburo. He was born into a rich family of business persons. He fell in love with a beautiful woman named Otsuyu. Their love was a happy and blossoming kind of love, like a beautiful peony flower. They met in secret for some time and then decided to get married. But before they could get married, Saburo fell ill and could not meet Otsuyu for a long time. When he recovered, he went out in search of Otsuyu. He looked for her everywhere, but what he got was bad news. A man told him that Otsuyu had died some time ago. Saburo was heartbroken. He loved her very much. He grieved her loss every day. That year, on the Obon festival, he prayed for her soul to visit him. The Peony Lantern. After praying, Saburo went towards his home at night. Soon, he was approached by a beautiful lady and her maid. They carried a peony lantern with them. When the light of the peony lantern fell on the lady's face, Saburo was shocked. She looked like Otsuyu. He could not believe his eyes and ran towards her. Before he could even utter a word, the lady started crying. She said, "Dear Saburo, my aunt told me that you died of illness. I was heartbroken and was about to leave the town with my maid. But here you are, standing in front of me. I am so happy to see you." Saburo was filled with joy. He hugged and kissed Otsuyu, and he invited the two women to his house. That night, he held Otsuyu in his arms and they slept together. Reunited, they again started meeting in secret. The revelation. One of Saburo's servants became curious of his master's visitors every night. So one night, he peeked into Saburo's room to see what was happening. What he saw shocked him. He saw a corpse lying beside Saburo, and it moved and turned as if it was really sleeping. In the next room, he saw another corpse with two peony lanterns beside it. The servant ran to the temple and told the priest what he saw in Saburo's house. The priest revealed that Otsuyu and her maid died on their journey out of the town. Saburo's aunt had planned it all because Otsuyu's family was a business rival. She did not want Otsuyu to be married to Saburo, so she tricked her into exile by Saburo's framed death. The next day, the priest came to Saburo's house and prayed to keep the spirits away. He also kept Ofuda around the house to keep away the ghosts of Otsuyu and her maid. The reunion. Every night, Otsuyu and her maid stood outside Saburo's house. She cried and called out his name. She desperately wanted to meet him. Inside, Saburo suffered because he realized that he was going to be separated from Otsuyu again. "Please, I want to see her," he begged his family and servants. He didn't want to be separated from her again. He stopped eating and sleeping. As a result, his health deteriorated. His family was afraid that Saburo would die of heartbreak. They finally asked the priest to remove the talismans kept around the house. That night, no voice called out Saburo's name. It was a quiet night. The next day, Saburo was found lying dead. His body was entwined around a skeleton. On his face was a smile. a pure bliss. The Old Man and the Wood. Once upon a time, an old man lived in the mountains of Japan's Higo province. He made his living by cutting down firewood in the mountains and then selling it in the town of Seki. One day, there were no customers and he could not buy any wood. Finally, he went to the river bridge that ran through the middle of the town. He walked on the bridge from one side to the other, trying to sell the wood. But there wasn't a single person who would buy it. Tired, he sat at the middle of the bridge to rest. Feeling annoyed, he threw the bundles of wood into the river. Then he prayed to the river goddess and started walking home. Little Runny Nose Boy. As soon as the old man started walking, a beautiful woman appeared out of the deep waters and asked the old man to stop. She was carrying a little child on her arm. "You are an honest person and work hard every day," she said. She continued, "The river goddess is very pleased with you. Today, you have offered your firewood to her. She wants to reward you. Take this child as a reward. He is called Little Runny Nose Boy. He will give you whatever you wish for. But in exchange, you must prepare for him a dish of fresh shrimp served with vinegar 3 times a day." The woman handed over the child to the old man and sank again to the bottom of the river. Feeling happy, the old man carried Little Runny Nose Boy to his home. The new home. After reaching home, the old man kept the child on his altar shelf and took great care of him. Whether it was money or something to eat or anything else, whatever the old man asked for, the little runny nose boy would get for him. He would just blow his nose and the things would appear before the old man's eyes. Once, the old man said, "This house is too small and dirty. Please bring a cleaner and a bigger home for me." Little runny nose boy blew his nose and a fine house came forth. It was a bigger and a better house than the old man had wished for. Gradually, the home became bigger. A storehouse appeared, and there were all kinds of furnishings. Within a month, the old man became rich. He no longer had to go to cut firewood. His only work was to buy shrimp for the little runny nose boy. Little runny nose boy disappears. As months passed by, this single work of collecting shrimp became bothersome for the old man. Finally, he picked up the little runny-nosed boy from the altar shelf and said, "Little runny-nosed boy, you have given me everything, and now there is nothing I could ask for. Please go back to the river goddess. Give her my kind regards." On hearing this, the little runny-nosed boy went out without uttering a word. For some time, he could be heard outside, blowing his nose. Meanwhile, the storehouse, all the things in the house, and the house itself started disappearing. Ultimately, an old dirty house stood in front of the old man. Like a madman, he rushed out to bring little runny-nosed boy back. But he was nowhere to be found. The Woodcutter and Princess Yasunaga. Once, there lived an old woodcutter in the village of Motoda in Okinokuni. One day, he went along the Yasunaga river to cut wood in the mountain above the waterfall. By mistake, the axe slipped from his hands and fell into the little round pool at the foot of the waterfall. Suddenly, waves began to stir up in the pool. A thick mist rose and it became dark all around. The woodcutter saw something like a big black stick covered with thorns coming out of the water. Frightened, the woodcutter ran as fast as he could. A gentle voice called him from behind. "Old man, please wait a bit." He looked around and saw a lovely damsel, as beautiful as a picture, standing at the waterfall. "I am Princess Yasunaga," she said. "I have been living in this pool for ages. But some time ago, a huge crab came and started living here. He has been tormenting me day and night. Crab Pool and Princess Yasunaga. Princess Yasunaga then said to the woodcutter that when his axe dropped, it cut off one of the arms of that wicked crab, weakening his strength. So he must have seen that big arm with thorns floating away. The crab groaned in pain and hid in a ledge at the bottom of the pool. She requested the woodcutter to let the axe fall again from the top of the waterfall. She handed him his axe. Afraid, he threw his axe from the top into the basin at the falls. Money and fame and long life, or whatever you ask, shall be yours, even as you ask for it, said the pleased water spirit. And she returned to the forest. After a few days, the villagers discovered the shell of a dead crab. Both its arms were missing, which had been washed down to the mouth of the river at the sea. Since then, the river is called Yasunaga River, and the basin of the waterfall is called Crab Pool. The Demon and Shinriki Bow. Long time ago, Shinriki Bow lived in a big house in Sakamoto Hachiman. A devil from Chichibu Mountain came to his house daily. He used to demand huge quantities of wine and feasts and made many unreasonable demands. The priest was in great trouble. He wanted to teach the devil a lesson. So he thought of a plan so that the devil might never come to his house. Shinriki Bow asked the villagers to cut all the wheat in a single day if the devil came along. Then, for delicacies to serve with wine, the priest cut white stones into squares and bamboo roots into rings and set them out. He cooked some white bean curd and bamboo sprouts and placed them on a separate dish for himself. Unaware, the devil came along in his usual way to eat a big feast. But the stones and the bamboo rings were so hard that his teeth could not bite them. The devil and the human. The devil was puzzled. On the other hand, Shinriki Bow, the host, sat calmly and ate his bean curd and bamboo sprouts, licking his lips. "How about it, Mr. Devil?" he remarked. "With such strong teeth, we humans can chew anything that we feel like eating. And that is not all. We can also turn land upside down and skin it. Come out and have a look." He led the devil out of his house to show him. What had been a field of ripe golden wheat when the devil came that morning was completely harvested during the day. It was only black soil that now remained in the field. Seeing this, the devil thought, "Men are really greater than devils, and devils can never risk parading around before them carelessly." He never came to the village again. The Little Boat. Once upon a time in Japan, there was a brave samurai named Awazuno Kaja in Omi province. He had built a temple, but there was no bell to hang in it. So, he decided to go and buy the iron required to construct the bell. He arranged for a boat and set out from Echizen to look for iron in Izumo province. While he was sailing through the Japan Sea, all of a sudden, the wind rose and the waves came washing over. It became difficult for the boat to move ahead. The crew and the passengers were all worried and scared. Suddenly, they saw a small boat appearing. As it came nearer, they saw that there was only a small child in it steering. "There is a man named Awazuno Kanja on that boat," I think, he said. Can you please hurry and get into this little boat? The Dragon Palace. Awazu no Kanja found it quite strange. He didn't know why the boy called him. But still, he went over into the little boat. Suddenly, the wind and the waves disappeared, and the big boat stood where it was. Wait here for some time, the little boy ordered the big boat. Soon, the little boat reached the bottom of the sea. It stopped in front of the gate of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King came out to meet Awazu no Kanja. The Dragoon King asked for his help. He knew that Awazu no Kanja was famous in the entire world for his skill with the bow and arrows. I want you to undertake an urgent task for me. Presently, the sea palace is threatened by a great enemy who comes with his followers and attacks us every day. With the power of your bow, you can destroy the enemy and save us. The Serpent. This task was not only adventurous for Awazu no Kanja, but also a matter of great honor. So he accepted it. He climbed to the high tower of the palace to make his preparations and waited. At a distance, he saw a huge serpent coming with his followers to attack the Dragon King. Awazu no Kanja kept his eyes on the serpent only, who was coming towards him with the great open mouth. He stood before the serpent and sent his shaft, piercing it from the root of its tongue to the base of its throat. The serpent was worried and tried to run away. But this time, Awazu no Kanja sent an arrow to the center of its body. The serpent was killed. The Dragon King and all his subjects were filled with joy. They wanted to reward Awazu no Kanja and asked him what reward he wanted. The bell from the Dragon Palace. Awazu no Kanja humbly replied that the only reason for his trip was that the temple he had built had no bell to be hung. He had set out to buy iron for the bell and was crossing the sea to Izumo for it. He had no other wish or desire. That is very simple, said the Dragon King. He at once took down the bell which hung at the gate of the Dragon Palace and gave it as a gift to Awazu no Kanja. It is believed that the bell of the Kokoji at Awazu in Omi was the gift from the Dragon King. But the temple had completely disappeared. It is also believed that the bell which hung at Mandera and which, according to legend, Musashi Benki carried halfway up Hizen and sent rolling down was the bell of the Dragon Palace. But nobody knows for certain what the truth is. The Man and the Fox. Long ago, in a certain village, there lived a bad fox who occasionally came out and did some mischief. In the same village lived a proud man who always boasted, "No fox can ever disguise himself to me." One day, when the man was going home, he saw a fox on the sandbar of the river. The fox put broad magnolia leaves on his head and turned himself into a woman. Then she pulled duckweed from the river, rolled it up into the shape of a baby, and held it in her arms. The man saw everything and became furious. "You dirty beast! You're trying to befool me, aren't you? All right, just see what happens." He picked up a huge stone from the side of the road and threw it at the child, hitting it on the head and killing it with the single shot. The mother cried and fumed. "Give me back my child the way it was." "Why? Are you not a fox?" he retorted. Tricked into becoming a priest. The woman became angrier and she would not be pacified. The man waited for a long time, but she did not turn into a fox again. He was finally convinced that he had done a shameful task. Although he apologized to her until he ran out of words, she couldn't be convinced to forgive him so easily. "Then if nothing else does, I'll become a priest to redeem for this," said the man. Both of them went to a temple nearby, where he explained everything to the priest and got his head shaved. When the priest shaved his head, it hurt him so much that he came back to his senses and looked around. The woman and her child had disappeared. Moreover, there was neither the priest nor the temple. The man's hair, which he thought had been shaved off, was actually chewed off by a fox. Shibemon Badger. Once upon a time, Hage Badger of Ava came to meet Shibemon Badger and suggested him that they should compare their abilities to disguise themselves. Shibemon agreed and crossed the sea to Ava province. To begin with, Hage Badger displayed a disguise which looked like the feudal lord of Ava crossing the sea. There were many ships and steamers lined up in assortment. One could see all kinds of banners flying in the wind. The voices of sailors could be heard singing on the state barge. Shibemon admired him a lot. "I have never seen such a clever disguise before. In return, I want to show you the illusion of a feudal lord's pageant. On a certain day before noon, go to the beach at Maiko and look on from the top of that pine tree. In a few days, Hedge Badger crossed over to Banshu. He climbed up the pine tree on the beach at Maiko and waited. Shibemon Badger befools Hedge Badger. After a while, a feudal pageant came from the west. There were innumerable feather-adorned lances upraised and with the sword. Down on your knees, down on your knees. The horses and sedan chairs were glittered with ornaments. The samurai looked brutal. Hedge Badger was totally carried away with admiration. Without a moment's thought, he raised his hands up in the pine tree and started clapping. He said, "Impressive, Lord Shibemon. It is exactly like the real pageant." The admiration of Hedge Badger was not without a reason. It actually was a real feudal lord's pageant. Shibemon had known of the tour beforehand and exhibited it to Hedge Badger. The samurai in the pageant discovered Hedge Badger and exclaimed, "Look, a badger is jeering at us from a high place like that." They called him ill-mannered. They quickly rushed towards him and brought him down with their lances. The renowned Hedge Badger of Shikoku was thus befooled by Shibemon Badger and died. Kogoro, the charcoal maker. Long ago, there was a famous choja at Mano in Bingo. Before becoming famous, he was a humble, hard-working youth named Kogoro, the charcoal maker. He had built a little hut at Uchiyama in Mai and lived alone, baking charcoal for a living. One day, a beautiful lady from the capital city came to meet Kogoro, the charcoal maker, in his little hut. There was a revelation from Kanan-sama at the Kiyomizu temple, and that's the reason I have come to your house to marry you. She said, "Please allow me to stay with you as your bride from today. I am very glad that you have come all the way from the capital, especially to be my bride," answered Kogoro. "But today, I don't have enough food for the two of us to eat." "Then please go to the town and buy some rice," the lady said. Kogoro and the ducks. The lady had a brocade bag with her. She took out 2 gold coins and gave them to Kogoro. He took the gold coins and went down the mountain to town to buy food. A stream ran at the foot of Uchiyama. On the banks of the stream, there was a forest of purple willows, and in their shadows lay a silent pool. As Kogoro was walking along the path through the forest, he saw a pair of mandarin ducks on the surface of the pool. He stopped still. He took out the gold coins and, using them as pellets, he threw them at the ducks. The aim was good, but the ducks flew away, and the coins sank to the bottom of the pool. Kogoro went back up to his little hut in the mountain because he no longer had the coins to buy the food. The little stones. When Kogoro reached home, the lady asked him about the food. Kogoro told her how he found some water birds on the way and wanted to catch them for her. But he lost both the gold coins and the birds. When she heard this, the young lady was sad. Those were valuable treasures called koban, she said. With just those 2 gold coins, you could have bought lots of rice and fish and fowl. What have you done? Kogoro, the charcoal maker, was surprised. He had never heard of such a treasure called koban. I had no idea that those stones were such priceless treasures, he declared. He said that there were many such little stones lying in the hills behind his hut. Speedily, both of them lighted the torches and went to see behind the hut. It was exactly as Kogoro had said. There were many little stones scattered all around, and they were pure virgin gold. Kogoro becomes rich. Kogoro and the lady gathered all the stones and carried them inside the hut. In a small period of time, the house was so full of them that they piled them up on the outside. When the people in the town and village heard of it, they all came one after another and brought all kinds of things to sell. To get a share of the gold, they all came to their hut to work for them. Thereafter, Kogoro became rich and established the big estate at Uchiyama in Mai. He also built a temple for Kannon and worshipped her. A little girl, as beautiful as a rare jewel, was born to Kogoro, and later she was sent to the capital as a consort. He continued to prosper, but because Kogoro had been a charcoal maker formerly, people always called him the charcoal maker Choja. The New Year's Eve. Once upon a time, there was a poor pack horse leader who lived in the country. It was New Year's Eve, but there was no work. So he decided to return home without a load on his horse. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a beggar who lay in the shade of the pine trees that grew along the highway. The pack horse leader loaded the beggar onto his horse and took him home. He and his wife spread a straw mat on the dirt floor and carefully laid the beggar onto it. Then they covered him with straw matting. They had no food to give the beggar. Hence, they built a good fire by him. The next day was New Year's Day. It was almost noontime, but the beggar did not get up. The man and his wife called him. The beggar did not reply. When they pulled off the straw matting, they were shocked. Instead of the beggar, there was a lump of gold. The pack horse leader became a rich man. The Jizo with Sedge Hats. Once upon a time, in a certain village, there lived an old couple. The old man earned his living by selling sedge hats in the town. As usual, on New Year's Eve, he went to the town to sell his hats. But he could not sell even a single hat. Tired, he loaded the hats on his back and decided to go back home. On the way, a storm came up. The Jizo images in the middle of the field seemed to be cold and wet. He took out 6 sedge hats and put them on the heads of 6 Jizo images. When he reached home, he told his wife about the Jizo images. As the new year approached, the old couple could hear the sound of sleds and the voices singing. Who put on the sedge hats? Soon, the voices that sang came closer. The old couple ran to the door calling, "Here we are!" They were amazed to see the bags of treasure lying at their door. At the distance, they saw the Jizo images going away. The Sparrow Shrine. Once in Yashu, there was a strange man who always boasted that he could swallow a manju in one gulp. His neighbor, a bad man, knew of this man's weirdo. So one day, he put a needle in his manju. As usual, the man ate it in one gulp. He felt a severe pain in his stomach. Quickly he went to bed. Lying on his bed, he looked out of the window. A sparrow repeatedly came to the leek patch, eating the tops. The man watched it every day. One day, he saw, coming out of the sparrow's tail, a small piece of needle wrapped around with a leek. He thought, if I also eat leeks, the needle would come out. When he ate many leeks, the needle actually came out and his pain disappeared. The man built a little shrine which he called Sparrow Shrine. The Defied Gilt Heads. Once, a fish seller in Tosa province was going from the beach to a village back in the mountains to sell fish. On a lonely road, he noticed a copper pheasant caught in a net among the trees. He wanted that bird, but he thought, it is not right to take it without paying. He took out the pheasant. In return, he took 3 gilt heads from his basket and put them in the net. Then, he carried the pheasant home. The villagers who came along thought it very strange that gilt heads were in the mountain. They thought that it was a sign from God, and so they built a shrine there. They worshipped the 3 gilt heads and called the shrine Kurodai Shansho Gongen, meaning the temporary manifestation of heaven in the 3 gilt heads. The Maiden with the Wooden Bowl. Long ago, there lived an old couple with their only daughter, who was extremely beautiful. The father felt sick and passed away. The widow had to work hard to earn their daily needs. She was also worried about her daughter's future. One day, she called her child and said, "Dear, your father lies far away in a cemetery, and I, being old, need to follow him soon. The thought of leaving you alone troubles me." She was afraid that her daughter's beauty might destroy her future. So, she put a wooden bowl upon the daughter's head so that it might hide her beauty. "This bowl will always protect you after I have left. Never remove it." Soon, the old woman died, and the girl had to work in the rice field to earn her living. Everyone noticed her, and soon she came to be known as the maiden with the bowl on her head. People laughed at her and tried to peep under the bowl. The Maiden and the Rich Farmer. One day, when the maiden was working in the fields, a rich farmer saw her and went towards her. He was impressed by her diligence and hard work. Watching her work throughout the day, he was so pleased with her work that he asked her to work in her fields until the end of harvest season. After the harvest season, he asked her to become an inmate of his house. "My wife is ill," he added, "and I should like you to nurse her for me." The maiden accepted his offer. She looked after the sick women with every care. As the farmer and his wife had no daughter, they loved her as their own child. After a few days, the farmer's son came to visit them. He was awestruck to see the maiden with the wooden bowl on her head. He asked his father who she was and why she wore a bowl upon her head. The Rich Farmer's Son. The farmer told his son the sad story of the maiden. He was greatly touched. As the days passed by, he became fond of her and fell in love. He decided to marry her. All his friends and relatives were opposed to this marriage. They said that she was only a servant, and what if the bowl was removed and she turned out to be ugly and not beautiful? But the young boy went and proposed to her. She refused and said, "I can't marry you. I am a servant in your father's house." She cried and fell asleep. That night, in a dream, her mother came to her and said, "My dear child, don't trouble your heart. Follow what your heart says. Marry the farmer's son, and all will be well again." The next morning, the maiden woke up smiling and full of joy. When the farmer's son came and asked her again for marriage? She agreed. The bowl breaks. When all the plans for the wedding were settled, the maiden thought that her bowl should be removed now. The maiden herself tried to remove the bowl, but it was firmly fixed. Some of the relatives tried to help her, but when they attempted to remove the bowl, it uttered strange cries. The farmer's son said to her, "I love you with or without the wooden bowl." He ordered the wedding feast to proceed. Then, the wine cups were brought into the hall. The bride and the groom were expected to drink together. Just as she brought the wine cup to her lips, the bowl on her head broke with a bang, and gold and silver and precious stones fell from it. The guests looked at it with amazement, but they were more amazed to see that the maiden was the most beautiful lady in Japan. The maiden, who was once a beggar, became rich. The two merchants. Long ago, Sanya, a poor merchant of Hyuga, went on a journey with another merchant. It was a hot day and they were going along a lonely mountain road. They walked and then decided to rest for a while under a tree. They lay in the shade of a tree by the side of the road, and the friend quickly fell asleep. While Sanya watched his friend sleeping, he saw something strange. A bee came, went in, and then darted out of one of the man's nostrils. That was strange, Sanya thought. But then the bee returned again, moved around the man's face, and then disappeared. The friend awoke and said, "I had a weirdest dream just now." "What did you dream?" Sanya asked. He replied, "It might have been in a mountain near here that I found a valley which was full of gold while I was walking around." The merchant who bought a dream. "That was truly a good dream," said Sanya. "Please tell that dream to me." "What does a dream amount to?" exclaimed his friend. "How much will you pay for it?" Finally, after some persuasion and negotiation, Sanya bought the dream from his friend. He traveled in search of the region and went over mountain after mountain, searching every day as watchfully as he could. At last, he discovered the gold mine called Toruku. During Sanya's generation, it yielded as much gold as had been dreamed. He became the richest man in Kyushu. He also gave a lot of gold to his friend from whom he bought the dream. The strange thing was that when Sanya died, there was an earthquake and the mountain crumbled down. Presently, there is only a swamp left. Plum Tree Estate. Once upon a time, there was a Choja named Sukimon at Nameshida village in Oshu. There was a tradition in their family that was carried down from generation to generation. It was that no matter how poor they became, and even if the times were so bad that they had to sell their estate, they were reprimanded to sell the plum tree that grew in the front yard. They were to be sure to dig it up and take it with them, whatever happened. Sukimon thought that he could never become poor. But times changed and he became poor and had to sell his estate. However, Sukimon did not forget the tradition of his forefathers, and he decided to dig up the plum tree to take it to the little neighboring estate where he was shifting. While they were digging, the spade suddenly struck a huge old earthen jar with a click. Taking off the lid, they found a heap of gold coins. The estate disappears. Everyone in the house was overjoyed and took out the gold coins to pay off their debts. Now, they did not have to sell their estate. Moreover, they bought a new estate, which was more splendid than their earlier estate. They were again rich. There were still other old plum trees on this estate of Sukimon, which they left behind. The descendants remembered the story of the gold coins, which came out of the jar under that tree. So they passed their days comfortably in luxury. They took everything easily and did nothing. With whole family lazing out and doing nothing, they began to become poor. Quickly, they started digging at the roots of other plum trees. One by one, they dug under all the trees, but they did not find any treasure. At the end, the house and all the plum trees disappeared. What was left was only a patch of garden, but people continued to call it Plum Tree Estate. The wife. Once upon a time, there was a man named Saburobe at Mangyo in Noto province. One night, the man went out. When he came back, he saw two wives in his room. He was sure that one of them was a goblin. Amazingly, there was no difference between their appearance or manners or the way they talked. He tried all kinds of tricks and asked them many kinds of questions. Both of them answered everything easily. Saburobe was perplexed and did not know what to do. At last, Saburobe had a little doubt on one of them. So, he drove her out of the house and let the other stay in the house as his wife. Soon, he prospered and had two sons. The children grew up. One day, when they were playing hide and seek at home, they discovered that their mother had a tail. The fox wife. Now, when the truth was revealed, she could no longer stay in the house. The truth is that I was a fox, she said. She cried and ran outside the house, leaving the children behind. After a few days, it was time for the rice grains to form. The fox wife walked around Saburobe's rice field and chanted, "Be fruitful, but hide the ears." This she did every year. And when the rice controllers came to inspect, they always excused Saburobe's family from payments because the rice grains at only Saburobe's house never seemed to fill in well. But at the time of harvesting, when Saburobe took the rice to his house to thresh, there was always a greater harvest than that of any other farmer who planted rice. As a result, Saburobe became richer and richer. The old man showered with gold. Once upon a time, in a certain village of Japan, there lived a good old man and a bad old man. One day, the good old man went into the mountains to work. Suddenly, he heard some voices calling from somewhere. The voices repeatedly asked him, "Shall we hold fast to you or stick fast to you?" Finally, without thinking anything, the old man replied, "If you want to hold fast, hold fast. If you want to stick fast, stick fast." At once, lumps of gold and silver came flying. The treasure landed on his shoulders and back until it made him groan. He carried all the gold and silver to his home and spread it out in front of his wife. The old man told her how he got the treasure. When they were talking and looking at the treasure, the bad old man watched them from the window. He was very jealous. The bad old man punished. The bad old man went to the couple's house. "I want to do that too, and bring home gold and silver on my back," he said. So the next day, the bad old man set out into the same mountains. As he had expected, the voices called him from both sides of the mountain. "Shall we stick fast to you or hold fast to you?" they called. In great excitement, the bad old man answered, "If you want to hold fast, hold fast. If you want to stick fast, stick fast." This time, a huge amount of pulp came flying down from the tops of the pine trees. It landed on the old man's shoulders and back until he was heavily loaded. He rushed home. "Granny, Granny, I'm home. Hurry, bring a light and let's see," he called. The old woman quickly brought the light. But as soon as she came close to the old man, the pulp caught fire. The old man was badly burnt. The silkworms. A very long time ago in Japan, two girls lived next to each other in Mikawa province. Their only source of earning their living was by raising silkworms. One of the girls did really well with her silkworms. The second girl tried very hard to raise the silkworms, but she could not. All her attempts failed. The first girl became richer and the second one became poorer. All the youths and the girls that assisted her lost interest and left her one after another. All her silkworms started dying. Only one of them was left. This single silkworm ate the mulberry leaves well, and it grew bigger day by day. On one hand, the second girl thought that it was futile to raise a single silkworm, but on the other hand, she took great care of it. Ultimately, it became a strangely big worm. The dog and the worm. One day, the second girl took this big worm outside to feed it mulberry leaves. She had kept a little white dog at her house, which stood at the door, wagging its tail. The dog kept a watch on the silkworm outside the house. When the girl was not looking, the dog quickly took the worm and ate it up. The girl was very upset and on the verge of crying. To see the last worm being eaten up by the dog made her lose all hope. She cried over her bad luck. But it was something that the dog had done. What could she do about it? On the other hand, the dog lay unaware of what damage it had done. It did not care. Sadly, the girl looked at it and felt sorry for herself. Suddenly, the dog sneezed. The girl noticed something like a pair of white threads running out of its nose, about 1 inch long. Dog's head thread. The threads that came out of the dog's nose looked exactly like silk. It was strange. The girl took the ends of the threads and tried drawing them out. But the ends were very long and seemed unending. She quickly brought the reel and fastened the ends to it. Then she began winding it. The threads kept coming out. She filled 100 reels and then 200 reels. But the thread still did not break. After about 35 or 40 pounds of thread had come out, the dog, all of a sudden, fell down and died. The girl thought that the dog was a messenger from God. So she buried the dog under a mulberry bush in the back garden. State ceremonies were being held in Kyoto about that time. An official went out into all the land searching for thread for the emperor's garments. The silk. The official looked into the first girl's house. There was a huge amount of silk, but it was dark and so full of knots that it could not be used. He saw the silk floss bleaching in the yard of the second girl. It was pure white and had such a beautiful sheen that it seemed to be perfect material for the emperor's clothes. The official immediately went to the second girl and bought all the silk. The girl was no longer poor now. The following year, silkworms appeared by themselves on the mulberry tree in the backyard where the dog had been buried. They produced the same kind of beautiful thread. Since then, the silk floss at Mikawa always was finer than that of other regions. It definitely was the result of the eggs from the worm in the dog's head. The stepmother's plan. Once, in the province of Ichigo, a farmer lived with his two sons. The farmer's first wife and the mother of elder son was dead, and the younger son's mother was the mother then. The stepmother hated the elder brother. Her only concern was to somehow make her own son's life comfortable and pleasant. So she thought of a plan. She divided a patch of garden in the mountains into two and asked the two brothers to plant beans to judge who was better. At night, she went to the elder brother's garden and dug up all of the beans that he had planted that day. The elder brother waited for a long time, but the beans in his patch of garden did not sprout. The stepmother took the farmer to the garden and said, "He did not want to plant beans anyway, and he took them somewhere and threw them away, I am sure." She hoped that the farmer would punish him severely. Hachikoku Mountain. The elder brother's dead mother was possibly looking at him from heaven and came for his help. There was one bean left in the corner of the garden which the stepmother had not seen when she took the beans out. That one bean sprouted and began to grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it became a big tree, even higher than the mountains. It looked as if its branches were reaching heaven. When autumn came, from this single tree, they gathered 8 koku of beans. The stepmother's plan failed. The mountain at this village is called Hachikoku, which means 8 koku. The gateposts of Senpuku-ji at Hojo were made from the trunk of this big tree when it was cut down. The Old Man and the Fox. Once there lived an old man. One morning, he went out into his yard to sweep. He found a bean in the corner of the garden. He picked it up and planted it behind his house. In a few days, it sprouted and then grew into a big tree and yielded almost a bushel of beans. One day it so happened that a fox came from somewhere and ate up all the beans. The old man was furious. He roared, "You hateful beast! You have stolen and eaten the beans, which I have taken so much pains to raise. I will kill you." The fox begged to be forgiven and said, "Please let me go. If you leave me, I'll help you earn a lot of money." The old man agreed to release the fox. Immediately, the fox transformed himself into a pony. The old man took the pony to a house of a rich man and sold him for a huge amount. The fox returns kindness. The fox, which had turned into a pony, did not stay at the rich man's house for a long time. It ran away after 5 days and came back to the old man. "This time I will change myself into a tea kettle," the fox said, and turned into a kettle. He took the kettle to the temple and sold it to the priest, who was looking for a beautiful tea kettle. When the priest put the kettle over the fire, it made a sound. The servant took the kettle to the river to wash it. "Ouch, ouch!" it cried. "Don't rub so hard. This is terrible," the servant said. He went back to the temple and told the priest everything. "Nonsense," replied the priest. "How is that possible?" The priest built a big fire and hung the tea kettle over it. The fox could not bear the heat and cried, "That's too hot, priest." It showed its tail and ran off. The Believer. Once upon a time, in Edo, there lived a poor man named Zengoro in Fukuicho in Asakusa. All his life, he had believed piously in Daikokuten, but he could not make any money. When the year was nearing its close, Zengoro became very worried. He decided to throw off his real self, enter into the neighborhood, and steal the money from the house of a rich man. He thought that with that money, he could spend at least that new year comfortably. He told his wife about the idea, but she was against it and said, "It is better to die than to steal." Still, he could not dismiss the idea. At night, when his wife was sleeping, he went out. He stood by the fence of the rich man's house. Carefully, he looked in. He stretched his hand onto the board fence and tried to climb over. The revelation. There was a lot of snow around, so Zengoro's feet slipped. He fell and fainted outside. Then, as if in a dream, he saw the form of Daikokuten appear before him, surrounded by a bright light and with a heap of gold and silver at his feet. Upset, Zengoro said, "I have worshipped you every day for all this time. Why have you never given even a little of this great heap of gold which you have?" Daikokuten replied, "I cannot give you this treasure. It is not mine. It belongs to someone else. The only thing that you can do is to ask and borrow from him." "Where is the owner then?" Zengoro asked. "The beggar who is sleeping there at the bridge straight ahead." The beggar's money. Zengoro, who was true at heart and a strong believer of Daikokuten, set out in the direction Daikokuten had said. He went straight towards the bridge to see. A dirty beggar was soundly sleeping in the cold with only a straw mat over him. Zengoro went closer and shook him until he awakened. Then he told the beggar everything that had happened. "I will give you a task if you only let me have 300 ryo," he said. "But how can I do such a thing?" the baffled beggar answered. "It was truly a revelation from Daikokuten," insisted Zengoro. He tried to persuade the beggar some way or the other. Zengoro took the beggar home with him and drew up the contract of loan for 300 ryo and gave it to him. In addition, they agreed to live on terms as relatives from that time. The beggar becomes rich. Zengoro then told the beggar that after having made this contract, they would be able to find the money. "Let us start looking at my house first," Zengoro said. With the help of his wife, he lifted up the boards in the floor. After looking around in every corner, they found a place which seemed a little higher than the rest in a corner under the porch. They dug and found exactly 300 ryo from under the dirt there. Using this as an investment, they worked for a living, and in a little time, their fortune improved. As per the contract, Zengoro brought the beggar to his house and shared the money with him suitably. He set him up in a home, and both the families prospered. Since Zengoro and his wife had no children, they adopted a son from the beggar's family and handed their fortune over to him. Hence, it was truly as Daikokuten had revealed. All the fortune came into the possession of the beggar's family. The lizard hilt ornament. Long, long ago, there lived a highly skilled carver. He spent his days in poverty unknown to the world. One morning, when he went out into his yard, he saw a lizard playing around among the stones. He found the lizard to be so attractive that he stood there looking at it with an open mouth. He had an urge to carve one like that. He made a copy of its form, and in a short time, he had made a silver hilt ornament. He was proud that he had done so well. The carver took the ornament to a curio dealer who bought it right away. The dealer liked it so much that he ordered many such ornaments, one after another. Everyone started praising the carver as a skilled craftsman. He became famous. No matter how many ornaments he made, he easily sold them. As he made more of the hilt ornaments, his life became easier. The carver becomes poor. Now, the carver started making the sword hilt ornaments. Then, something strange happened. Whenever he went out to sea, no matter what weather it was, the same lizard would come out from between the stones and play before his eyes. In the beginning, he did not think much about it. But as time passed by, it began to get on his nerves. He began to feel very disturbed about it. Furthermore, only he could see the lizard. No one else could. Finally, he could not bear it any longer. And in a moment of anguish, he threw a rock at the lizard and killed it. From then on, the carver's fame suddenly began to decline. Now, no one was ready to buy his ornaments, though he made them from time to time. The orders for the lizard hilt ornaments came completely to an end. Slowly, with time, the man became a poor carver, which he had been earlier. The basket of melons. It was the month of May. Hachiman Taro Yoshi, Abe no Semi, Tada Akira, and Kanju Sojo all met at the home of Mido Kampaku Michinaga. They decided to spend a great time together. Nara had sent a basket of early melons as a gift at the palace. But it was a day of fasting, so everyone was doubtful if things from outside the palace were allowed to be brought in or not. Mido asked Abe no Semi to make an anguri. He announced that there was poison in one of the melons. So, Kanju Sojo then performed an incantation. He prayed for a while. Suddenly, one of the melons from the basket started jumping up and down. Now, everyone knew that the jumping melon was poisonous. The jumping melon. All the people looked at the physician, Tada Akira. They asked him to use needles to draw out the poison. Tada Akira picked up the melon in his hands. He then turned it around and stuck needles into two places. As soon as the needles were stuck, the melon stopped jumping. Thereafter, Hachimantaro Yoshi, the warrior, drew his sword from his hip and cut the melon open to see. As soon as the melon was cut, everyone was shocked. There was a small, poisonous snake inside, just as Abe no Seimei had hinted. The 2 needles, which the physician Tada Akira had stuck into the melon, had each pierced an eye of the snake. Though Yoshi had only casually tried to cut the melon open, his sword had exactly cut off the head of the snake. Everyone was now relaxed. The Monkey and the Men. Once upon a time, 2 couriers from a feudal lord in Kyushu were going to Edo. They were carrying a letter of importance. They had left the stopover at Okitsu before it was daylight. Thereafter, they had to take the road from the sea over the long Sata Pass. Suddenly, they looked back at the seashore and saw an unusual thing. A very large octopus had come out of the sea. It had a long arm wound around something and was trying to drag it into the sea. When they went closer, they saw that it had a monkey. The monkey was clinging with all its strength to the edge of the rock, trying to keep from being pulled away. But the octopus was much stronger. "Let's help the monkey," the couriers said. They began to throw little stones at the octopus to scare the octopus away. But the octopus did not pay any attention and kept dragging the monkey. The letter. Now, the 2 couriers left their letter box at the side of the road in front of the entrance to the pass and ran down to the shore. They took out their swords and slashed at the octopus. Being attacked, it released its hold and slipped into the water. The monkey was delighted with its narrow escape. It crawled from the place and approached its rescuers. But suddenly, the monkey, instead of going towards its rescuers, picked up the letterbox which they had left at the roadside. It leapt away at the top of the mountain. A letter of great importance was in that box. There was no footing on the mountain other than the road through the pass. The men tried to run after the monkey, but it was so fast that they could not find even a trace of it. With their letter case missing, there was no point continuing their journey. The gift. The incident was totally annoying. Worried and not knowing what to do, the 2 men sat down near the pass and stared blankly ahead. After a while, far away on the mountain, the men saw that monkey again. "Look! Oh, look!" The two men cried as they looked at it. It was holding their letter case with one arm, and with the other, it held something like a long bundle wrapped in straw matting. The men wondered what to do. Suddenly, the monkey came close to them and put the two things down before them. They were relieved that they had their valuable letter case back safely. They wondered what was there in the bundle. When they were about to pick up the things, the monkey climbed back to the mountain. Monkey Masamune. The two men realized that the monkey had carried away their letter case so that they might wait while the monkey brought them a gift of thanks. When they opened the bundle wrapped in straw, they found a sheathed sword and a long wooden box. They took the sword and continued their journey towards Edo. There, they showed the sword to an expert. He said that it was indisputably an original masterpiece of Goro Masamune. He examined it and found that it was without a single tarnish. It was a wonderful antique sword. The men decided to give the sword to their feudal lord. In style and length, it was exactly what he was looking for. The lord gave a huge reward to both the couriers. He named the sword Saru Masamune and kept it along with his family treasure. An angury left by the father. Once upon a time, a traveler was on his way back to Kyoto. He had many followers along with him. They came to a lonely village along the Hokoku Kaido. It was evening. Tired, they looked for a place to spend the night. At last, they came to a house where a woman lived all alone and were allowed to spend the night there. The next morning, the traveler and his followers got up early. When the traveler was about to set out, the woman, who was the owner, followed him. She stopped him and said, "You owe me 1,000 ryo. Pay it back before leaving." The traveler was shocked. The woman said, "I do not know the reason, but when my father was on his deathbed, he called me and told me that after 10 years, on this particular day of this month, a traveler would come from the north and spend the night here. He further told me that if I would tell this story to that traveler, he would probably give me 1,000 ryo in return." The traveler pays. The women continued. My father repeated his story and then died. I have been waiting for this day, and you came on that exact day and stayed overnight. The traveler nodded his head and said, I understand what you are saying. Your father was a seer. He knew that I would come after 10 years, so he left you that message. I can return that money to you immediately." The truth was that the traveler himself was a famous seer. He went in again and walked through the entire house. He stopped in one of the rooms and approached a pillar. He tried to strike it. The pillar was hollow and thus produced a different sound. 1,000 ryo were hidden in it. The traveler took out the money and gave it to the women. He then continued his journey to Kyoto. An honest servant. Long ago in Aoyama, there lived a rich samurai named Monosuke Zaemon. An honest servant had been working with him for years. It was the last day of the last month of the year. The year was about to end. The master sent his servant to Asakusa to collect 50 ryo. He had deposited his money there. The servant carefully put the money in a wallet and hung it around his neck. When he was returning home, he fell down on the road because it was so bad. He rushed to his master's house and hung his wallet above the door. Thereafter, he went to wash his hands that were soiled with the mud. After cleaning the hands, he went to meet his master. As soon as he was about to speak, he realized that he did not have his wallet. Quickly, he jumped up and ran out without saying a word, and ran to the gate of Gyokuryu-ji. The wallet. When the servant reached the gate, it appeared that nobody had passed there in the meantime. He found coins scattered all around the place. He started collecting the coins. He found only 38 ryo. He was worried that 12 ryo were missing. But he thought that he could at least explain what had happened and do something about it later. When the servant reached home, he saw his own wallet hanging from the hook by the door. Then he realized that what he had picked up was not his wallet. He sent the word order over that he had found a wallet and waited. But no one came to claim it. So finally, the money became his. With this little money, he succeeded in life because he was honest. The tumbling rice balls. Long ago and far away across the sea, there lived a kind-hearted old man and an old woman. One day, the old man went up into the mountains to gather firewood. He sat down to eat his lunch and opened the wrapper of rice balls. One of his rice balls fell and rolled over. It rolled down the slope of the mountain and finally rolled into a large hole. The old man chased the rice ball and reached the hole. He bent and peeked into the hole. From within the hole, he heard some voices singing happy songs. A rice ball came rolling, a rice ball came rolling. Wondering where the voices were coming from, the old man climbed back up the mountain. He picked up another rice ball and rolled it away. The rice ball tumbled down into the hole. Again, the old man peeked in and heard the same song. A rice ball came rolling, a rice ball came rolling. The world of mice. The old man bent a little more to look into the hole. But he lost his balance and tumbled right into the hole himself. As he tumbled, he heard another song. An old man came rolling, an old man came rolling. Inside the hole, he saw a large number of mice. They were happily singing and feasting on the rice balls that the old man had dropped. The mice thanked the old man for the rice balls. They said that they would treat the old man to a feast to repay his kindness. Then they asked the old man to join in singing. And so the old man and the mice sang. A rice ball came rolling, a rice ball came rolling. An old man came rolling, an old man came rolling. Little mice came rolling, little mice came rolling. The old man enjoyed singing and dancing with the mice. The box of treasure. The old man thanked the mice and was ready to go home. The smallest mouse stopped the old man and gave him a box, saying, "Please accept this as a token of gratitude." Thereafter, the old man crawled out of the hole. Returning home, the old man opened the box. He was astonished to see it filled with gold coins and jewels. "There is enough treasure to last us all our days," the old man said to the old women. And they were very happy for the rest of their life. However, when the old man told his story, the greedy old neighbor heard about the mice gift and decided to do exactly the same, so that he might also receive the treasure. He immediately went into the mountains and dropped 2 rice balls into the hole. He heard the voices singing. A rice ball came rolling, a rice ball came rolling. The greedy old man. Quickly, he tumbled in himself. Hundreds of mice were happily singing and making rice cakes. The greedy old man waited for the gift, but the mice showed no sign of giving him a gift. So he decided to chase away the mice and keep all to reassure. To frighten them, he pretended to be a cat and began to meow, meow, meow. The mice were frightened and started running away. Just as the greedy old man thought of collecting the treasure, everything went black. He realized that the money and treasure had disappeared with the mice and nothing was left, not even a rice ball. For a long time, he walked around on his hands and knees in the darkness. But he was never able to find the exit and was trapped in the hole. The Strong Man. Once upon a time, there lived a man named Sino Gorobe. One night, when he was passing Tanusaki Bridge, a young woman approached him. "Please hold this baby for a while," she said, and after leaving the baby with Gorobe, she went away. Gorobe stood there holding the baby. Suddenly, it began to grow heavier. Gorobe was a brave man and clutched it severely. After a while, the woman came back and thanked him. She offered Gorobe money for his help, but he refused it, saying that he did not want any money. "Then I will give you strength," said the woman, and handed him a towel as she left. The next day, when Gorobe wiped his face with the towel, he tore it in half as he twisted it. When he twisted it again, it tore into 4 pieces. Now he knew what great strength had been bestowed upon him. Oiko and the Stone. Once upon a time, there lived a strong woman named Oiko in the village of Ishibashi in Omi. This year, the village faced the drought. The people turned the water away and prevented it from flowing into Oiko's rice paddy. At night, when everyone was asleep, she took a big rock and put it in the middle of the ditch to stop the water from running. The next morning, the villagers woke up and were astonished to see that the big rock had stopped the flow of water. They tried to remove the stone but could not even move it. So they went to Oiko's house to apologize. "Please remove that stone," they begged her. "We will let you have all the water you want in your field." At night, she went and moved the stone to a place where it did not obstruct the flow of water. The stone had remained there for a long time and is called the stone from Oiko's inlet. Kidayu of Hida. Kidayu was a wrestler at Hida in Bungo. Slowly and steadily, his fame as a wrestler rose, and he was invited for the wrestling match in Kyoto to meet the foremost wrestler named Kokanja of Izumo. Now, Kidayu wanted to beat Kokanja and be a successful wrestler. So he stopped at the Myojin at Oimatsu in Chikozen on his way to Kyoto. There, he sincerely prayed for his victory. That night, Myojin-sama came into his dream and stood by his pillow. he told Kidayu a secret. He said that when the mother of Kokanja of Izumo was bearing him, she ate iron sand every day. She wanted to give birth to the strongest wrestler in Japan. That was why Kokanja was as strong as iron. Now let me tell you the secret. Once, his mother ate a muskmelon. For this reason, there is one soft place on his body. It is above his brow, said Myojin. Kidayu hit Kokanja on the soft place and won. Two bolts of white cloth. Once upon a time, a bride and her mother-in-law were getting ready for the May festival. They took the May doll out of the box and got into an argument. This doll is called Tawara Toda. The bride said, "No, it's Hachimantaro." The mother-in-law said, neither of them was ready to give up, and the argument continued. Finally, they agreed to take it to the priest the next day to decide. The mother-in-law acted smart. That night, she quietly took a bolt of white cloth to the temple and asked the priest to let her win. After she had returned, the bride took a bolt of white cloth and said the same thing to the priest. The next morning, they went together and asked the priest. The priest laughed and answered, "This is neither Tawara Toda or Hachimantaro. Both of you gave me a bolt of white cloth, but it is of no use. It is named Nitan no Shiro." The Silence Race. Once there lived a couple who liked mochi more than anything else. One night, they made a huge amount of mochi and ate a lot. At last, only a little was left. Tonight, let's see who can keep still the longest. The one who wins will have the remaining mochi, the wife said. They agreed. Unfortunately, a thief entered the house and went all around searching for things. Both the husband and the wife saw the thief but kept quiet. If they said anything, they would lose the mochi, so they kept a hold on themselves. The thief took advantage of the situation and started scattering things all over. Thereafter, he opened the cupboard and took out the mochi box. When the wife saw this, she could not stand it. At once she said, "Oh, that thief is carrying off the mochi." The husband, instead of looking at the thief, said, "That mochi is mine now." The Proud Samurai. Once upon a time, there was a proud samurai. One day it so happened that he had to spend the night at a farmhouse in the country. The farmer asked him to cover himself with the straw matting as it was too cold. I have fought so many battles, and when I slept in the open in the battlefield, I never needed anything over me, boasted the samurai. And he lay down to sleep on the bare floor. At night, it became too cold and he felt uncomfortable. When he could no longer bear the cold floor, he woke the farmer up. The samurai asked him, "Farmer, do you make the rats in this house wash their feet?" "No, we don't do anything like that," replied the farmer. "Don't you? Then they will spoil my clothes when they run over them. Get me a straw mat and I will put my clothes on it to protect them." The samurai said. A leak in an old house. Once upon a time, there lived an old man and an old woman in a certain village of Japan. One night, it was raining heavily and they could not sleep. So they started talking. The old man said, "A leak in an old house is something to be afraid of, even more than a tiger wolf." By chance, a tiger wolf was standing outside the door and overheard this. He thought, "Oh, there is something called a leak, which is more dangerous than I am. Now I will have to search for it." At that very moment, a thief was about to break into the house. Thinking that the tiger wolf was a horse, he climbed onto his back. "This is terrible. Now I am caught by the dangerous leak in an old house," thought the tiger wolf. Quick as lightning, he jumped up and ran away. The monkey and the thief. The tiger wolf shook off the thief, and the thief fell into a dry well by the side of the road. A monkey who was passing by came there and asked the tiger wolf, "What are you up to?" "There is a monster called a leak in an old house, hiding in this well," answered the tiger wolf. "Is there any such monster called a leak in an old house?" "If there is, I'll find it out for you," said the monkey. The monkey, who is anyway nosy, let his tail down into the dry well and felt around. The thief, who was hiding at the bottom of the dry well, grabbed the monkey's tail firmly. The monkey was startled. He tried to pull his tail up. He pulled it so hard that it snapped off at its base. The penniless young man. Once upon a time, there lived an honest, hard-working, but a penniless young man. He had a very bad luck. He made all his efforts to earn a decent living for himself, but everything went in vain. His bad luck kept him poor. He did not know what to do. Unable to bear his poverty, he decided to visit the temple of Canaan, the goddess of compassion, and prayed to her for guidance. The young man knelt down in the temple and prayed, "O Goddess Canaan, I am an honest and hard-working man. But my bad luck follows me everywhere. What should I do to get some money? Please tell me how I can become rich." The young man prayed for many days. One day, Canaan appeared and said, "Once you leave this temple, take good care of the first thing you touch. It will make you rich. Then go west." The straw. Happily, the young man left the temple. As soon as he left the temple gates, he stumbled upon the stone and fell. His hand touched a piece of straw. Though he thought it to be useless, he picked up a single straw and held it tight. Then he began walking towards west. As he walked, wondering how the straw would make him rich, a horsefly came by. It started buzzing around his face. He caught the fly, tied it to the tip of the straw to play with, and let it continue buzzing about. He then came across a boy who was spellbound by the straw and buzzing fly. The boy asked to have it. The man gave him the straw, and in turn, the boy's mother gave him 3 oranges. He was quite happy to see that a piece of straw had turned into 3 oranges. He continued walking and came upon a young woman who was feeling very thirsty due to the heat. The exchange. The young man did not have any water to give her, so he gave her the oranges. After eating those oranges, the woman recovered. As a token of thanks, she gave the man a beautiful piece of cloth. The man was delighted. 3 oranges became a piece of cloth. As he continued walking, he found a man by the side of the road who was having a trouble with his sick horse. "What's the matter?" he asked. The man told him that he was taking his horse to the market to trade for some cloth, but the horse fell sick. The young man offered his cloth in exchange for the horse. Happy at this deal, the man exchanged his horse for the cloth and headed back to his village. For the rest of the night, the young man nursed the horse back to health. The Straw Millionaire. By the next morning, the animal was restored to health. The young man was overjoyed that he had turned the cloth into a horse. Riding his new horse, he continued his journey. He came across a man who was making preparations for his journey and locking up his house. The master of the house saw the horse and said, "I have to go on a journey and I need a horse. Would you exchange it for my house and rice field?" The young man readily agreed and took possession of the nice home and a large field. He was astonished that a horse had turned into an entire house and a field. The young man became rich after all. Because he gained his wealth with just a piece of straw, people started calling him the Straw Millionaire. The Gambler. Once, a gambler sitting under a big tree was rolling the dice. A long-nosed demon was looking at the gambler and wanted the dice very much. So the gambler exchanged the dice for the demon's feather fan. The demon said, "If you fan a nose with this fan, it will become longer. Turn the fan around and fan, and the nose will become shorter." The man took the fan. He went and stood by the gate of a rich man's house. When her only daughter came out, the man looked at her nose and began fanning. Her nose grew 7 feet long, and she returned back into the house. She laid her nose on the side and started crying. It continued for days. At last, the rich man announced that anyone who could bring his daughter's nose back to its former size would become his son-in-law. The gambler heard the news, tucked the fan into his bosom, and went to meet the rich man. The gambler reaches heaven. Slowly and gradually, he made the daughter's nose shorter and everyone was happy. Overjoyed, the man fell asleep, continuing to fan in his sleep. His own nose faced the back of the fan, so it began to grow longer. It became so long that it reached heaven without his knowing it. At that time in heaven, they were repairing the Milky Way. They required one more pillar for the construction. Suddenly, a pole rose up from below. Thinking that they were lucky, they brought a rope and tied it strongly and skewed the tip a little. The pain woke him up. He turned his fan around and started fanning his nose. But it was too late. Instead of the nose shrinking down to the man, his body was drawn up. He reached heaven towards the end of his nose as it was fastened down as the pillar. The gallant Jiraiya. Once upon a time, a young boy was born into the powerful clan of Ogata. All the people in the clan expected him to accomplish great things. But soon enough, there was a fall of the Ogata clan. After the fall of the clan, the boy was left homeless. He joined a gang of hooligans. After a few years, he became the leader of the hooligans. Then, everyone started calling him by the name of Jiraiya. One day, while traveling, Jiraiya came across a huge toad that was being beaten up by a huge snake. Jiraiya beat the snake with his weapon and it fled away. The toad revealed itself to be a magical creature. It was grateful to Jiraiya for saving its life, and it offered to teach him some toad magic. The toad also advised him to search for a girl named Tsunade. She could help him in the future. The fall of Orochimaru. Jiraiya thanked the toad and continued his journey in search of Tsunade. When he found the beautiful Tsunade, he immediately fell in love with her and soon proposed her for marriage. Amazingly, Tsunade agreed instantly. She said that she was advised by a giant slug to find and marry a man named Jiraiya. The slug also taught her slug magic. Jiraiya and Tsunade started their adventure together. Once, they were attacked by a man named Orochimaru. He was Jiraiya's former companion, and the giant snake had asked him to attack Jiraiya. In return, he taught him some snake magic. Orochimaru was obsessed with a princess named Tagoto Hime, and Jiraiya and Tsunade helped the princess rescue. So Orochimaru had decided to take his revenge and kill them. They fought a long battle and defeated Orochimaru. The princess was saved. Jiraiya became a feudal lord. He then revived his fallen clan. Oiwa and Ieemon. Long ago in Yotsuya, an area of Tokyo, there lived a beautiful young woman named Oiwa. She wished to marry a samurai, Tamiya Ieemon. Ieemon had lost his master's favor and was presently unemployed. But still, Oiwa loved him very much and married him. Oiwa didn't care that Ieemon was poor. But as time went on, he became angry and depressed and was forced to do low work to support his family. Soon, Ieemon started hating his happy young wife. He fell in love with Oume, the daughter of a rich doctor. One day, Oume's father came to see Ieemon. The father said to Ieemon that he could marry his daughter and have all her wealth. After he had left, Ieemon spent a lot of time thinking about what Oume's father had told him. He began to plot. He decided that to marry Oume, he had to get rid of Oiwa and her unborn child. The poison. Ieemon planned to murder his wife. He gave her the medicine, stating that it would strengthen her, but it was actually poison. One evening, when Oiwa and Ieemon were having dinner, she noticed that Ieemon was very quiet and nervous. She encouraged him to eat his dinner, but he did not touch his food. He screamed at Oiva and told her to stop bothering and eat her own dinner. She started eating. Soon she felt very sick. Iyemon watched her coldly as the poison did its work. Her face began to disfigure, her eyes sagged, and her skin started bleeding. Then she slipped into unconsciousness. So he put Oiva's lifeless body in bed. In due course, Oiva woke up from her coma. She knew nothing about the poison. She had lost her baby, and her face was ugly and terrible. The betrayal. One evening, Iyemon and Oiva went for a long walk. When they were at the top of the cliff, Iyemon pushed Oiva off the ledge. After some days, her body was recovered and Iyemon gave her the best funeral. Iyemon and Oume started preparing for their wedding. The night before the marriage, Iyemon noticed that his bedside lamp was dimming. He looked at it inquisitively as it seemed to be changing. Suddenly, he saw that the lamp was replaced by the disfigured face of Oiva. It began to grow larger and larger in the room. Betrayal, the face spoke. Iyemon picked up a stick and swung at the face. But the face disappeared and the lamp shattered and fell to the floor. Iyemon heard Oiva laughing outside. Shaken, he convinced himself that it was simply the result of drinking too much alcohol. He went to bed. The death. The next day, Iyemon had forgotten all about the previous night. He and Oume were married. To his horror, when he lifted her veil, he saw the disfigured face of Oiva. "Betrayal," she said. He quickly took out his sword and killed her. But when the vision cleared, he realized that he had killed his new wife, Oume. He again heard Oiva laughing outside. Scared, he ran to hide himself. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Oume's father, screaming to open the door. But when Iyemon opened the door, he saw Oiva standing there. "Betrayal," she said. Once again, Iyemon tried to kill her, and this time he killed Oume's father. Iyemon ran to the mountains, but Oiva's laughter followed him. He stopped at the edge of the cliff and looked down. People said that a woman pushed him off the cliff and then jumped after him. Okiku. Once upon a time, in a certain village in Japan, there lived a woman named Okiku. She used to wash dishes at Himeji Castle. One of her master's retainers, a samurai named Aoyama, tried to seduce Okiku many times. But every time she rejected him. After some time, Aoyama became impatient and decided to trick her. Now everyone knew that in the castle there were 10 expensive dishes. Aoyama hid one of them and then called for Okiku. He blamed Okiku for stealing the dish and asked her where it was. Okiku was scared. She counted the dishes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She counted them again and again. Each time, there were only 9 dishes. She got worried. Thereupon, Aoyama said to her, "I will overlook your mistake and not tell the master about the missing dish only on one condition. You will have to become my mistress." But still, Okiku refused him. Okiku's ghost. Aoyama was very angry. He called his servant and ordered him to beat Okiku with a wooden sword. At last, Aoyama struck her with his sword and killed her. He then dropped her into the well. After a few days, people saw Okiku's ghost wandering in the castle grounds. Every night, she rose from the well and entered into the castle to search for the missing dish. She counted the plates and made a lot of noise. This tormented Aoyama and he could not sleep. Finally, the master of the castle called a priest and asked him to pray for her and release her spirit. That night, the priest sat in the garden and chanted sutras. Okiku's ghost rose out of the well and started counting the dishes. The moment Okiku counted the 9th dish, the priest shouted out, "10." Okiku's ghost was calmed that someone had found the 10th dish. She never haunted the castle ever again.
Thanks for watching. Do like, share, subscribe to Sahil Book House.